Good evening. It is Thursday, and I am hopped up on meds, which is why I haven't been streaming for the past few days. Not been feeling peachy enough to do so. But today, I feel like I can. So, we're going to keep working on our little game. Last time, we added this thing. What is it, you might be wondering? Well, it's something very cool. Let's start. Here we have our nice little game. Hang on. Okay, the gun's become invisible, but that's fine. Let's not worry about that just yet. Yeah, we've made this equipment. We can drop it. For some reason, it's going through the floor now, which I really thought we fixed. But we can pick it up. And it looks like we're just picking up a robot core. But that's not true. Why can't we see it? Oh, I bet it's the freaking camera. Hey, camera. No? Player. Player is definitely above floor. Player is definitely in the culling mask. Oh, the culling mask is which of these layers it can see. But still, I guess he's in nav areas. Why is he in nav areas? We need to create another layer. We'll call it equipment. Sure. Then we can put the personality gun in the equipment layer. Sure. Not entirely convinced about that. Then we need to tell the camera, by the way, you should be rendering the equipment. I feel like that might have just broken some stuff. Namely, the navigation grid. Let's just check that. At least we can see the gun now. But let's check if that's broken the navigation grid. Because I think it will have. Yeah. We're back to that age-old issue where wherever we go, everywhere we go, we always leave a blue trail with us. Which is obviously not ideal. So we need to say to the navigation grid, and this is a fair thing to say, I think. We need to say, you are allowed to walk through equipment, which is true. Equipment can be walked over. So I think that's a reasonable change. Right, wicked. We can drop our gun. We can pick it back up. And we can steal the personality from a robot core, which is pretty neat. Then we can swap it out for another one. Then we can swap it out. So that's basically what we spent last time doing, working out the equipment. This core is crazy. So he just erratically opens and closes his door. It doesn't matter who's stood there. Right? Yeah. He doesn't care. He just opens and closes on a whim. So that's pretty cool. But we can take the crazy core out of him. Put him in someone else. Replace him with the bored core. And the bored core is fine, but it's half as efficient. So you see how his door opens twice as slowly. Because he's bored. He's like, I'll do it, but I'm not best chuffed about it. So that's pretty neat. And then we can take the board core. Could maybe give it to this guy. And yeah, pretty cool. I like this gun. Personality gun. Needs a better name, but I think it's pretty neat. Yoink. Oh, yoink. He's crazy. So that's what we spent last time doing, which I think was pretty cool. We also rejigged the map a little bit. So we made our little sleeper room, which is full of sleepers. Which we can, in theory, also swap out the cores from. So, the idea is cores will become unstable over time based on how you treat them. And I think that could be pretty neat. So it's not just about maintaining that stuff is working, it's also about making sure that your cores are satisfied with what they're doing. Which could be cool. We also potentially improved the nav mesh last time. We went through a whole back and forth rigmarole regarding the nav mesh. I'm not sure why they're all red. Why are they all red? Why are they all red? Oh, because they're not. Because they're never touching a wall. Yeah, okay. Let's fix that quickly. By default, they have full clearance. Yeah. And I've updated the nav mesh stuff. I've created this get clearance without me function, which will hopefully solve the pathfinding issues we were seeing last time. So let's check that out. Okay, nav mesh is looking good again. It's all looking Gucci. So let's lower the health on this guy. We always lower the health on this guy. He's a pretty good test. And let's see what the medbot does. Yeah, we need to make him actually wait at doors. I don't know, it kind of looks like he's behaving the same way that he used to. And he's getting stuck on that corner again. To be fair, though, I did do one thing I probably shouldn't have. When I was testing stuff, I cut his clearance in half. Which I'm not sure was the right idea. I thought it was at the time. I was like, I think this makes sense. And I think I still do partially believe it makes sense. But let's double it up again. Turn on the grid. Turn on... Where are you, Medbot? Turn on seeing your path. I'm gonna swap out this crazy door for a regular door. We get some frame rate issues because we're drawing the nav mesh, but that's fine. Now, let's see if he behaves a bit better now that I've improved his width again. No, his path's still super clean. Look at that. His path is still giga clean. I'm surprised that he thinks that corner's okay. I mean, he made it. There's no denying he made it. But he's hugging the corners just a bit too much. Oh, I know why, do I? Maybe I don't know why. I didn't want to go all in on navigation stuff today, but this is cheesing me off. If Collider is not null and collider is not myself, then you are colliding. If you're colliding, return false. Otherwise, get clearance. If clearance is greater than if clearance by default is greater than my clearance, then it's fine. You can fit through the gap. Otherwise, if it's come back and said, yeah, there's nobody in my node, but there is someone close to my node. If the thing that's close to the node is me, then get the clearance without me and use that instead. And then return OK if my actual clearance, the actual clearance is greater than my clearance. I guess that should really be required clearance. Yeah. That might fix it. It might also tank performance, which is another big old concern. The more complicated I make this pathfinding stuff. Yeah, look. Performance has tanked. And he's refusing to go home. Not sure why he's refusing to go home. But I do know that he is. And I do know performance is tanking. Ah, the clearance issue. Okay, for now. We're gonna stick with him squeezing his way through corners. It's a bigger issue that requires a lot of thought. And I don't really want to work on navigation tonight. Let's just check that it's okay. Let's swap out those cores. By okay, I mean let's check that it's doing the janky stuff it was doing before. It's so close to being right is the navigation. That's the annoying thing. It's so close to being right. I think making the grid nodes bigger might solve the issue. Or at least hide the issue. It'd also speed up the frame rate. Medbot, let me see your path. And let's send him out. And just check that he's behaving the way we expect him to behave. So he gets a sensible path, and then when he gets here, he'll start ignoring his sensible path. Yeah, this is the behavior we had last time. He finds a sensible path, and then he starts ignoring it. which is fine, I suppose. I'm not particularly happy about him ignoring it. But I think let's just do one more test. I know I really don't want to dick about with this too much, but let's increase that up to 0.3175. I think this is what we used to have it at ages ago, and I think the nodes are still a reasonable size. Yeah, they're still reasonable. Let's just have him do that journey one last time. One last hurrah. I think we're going to have the same problem. But let's see. Like, we could cheese it. We could explicitly rule out corners. It's only corners that are the problem. Really. It's only corners that are the problem. We could ostensibly cheese out the corners. But I don't really want to. But that might be a solution. Just don't let people go in the corners. Yeah. Let's see it one more time. See if this has helped. All right, he's got to get through Crazy Door. Fortunately, Crazy Door's being helpful. I know, look, the bigger nodes have made it worse. We really need to solve the issue. Taking out corners would help, but the problem is, then as stuff gets bigger, they also have problems, and we end up with a solution that works for small objects, but not big ones. Which is why the clearance solution is the real solution. It just requires more thought. Let's put it back to 2.5. Or 0.25. And let's not worry about navigation. Let's just not worry about it. It's mostly working. Cool. So, what are we actually working on today? Hello, John. Cool indeed. Yeah, definitely getting there. It's definitely getting there. I was wanting to work on these guys. So I might need to restart Unity. So we have our personality gun. That's fine. We have robots who are content, lazy, bored, rather, not lazy, bored, or crazy. Which is fine, it works. We can take the crazy guy, we can put him somewhere else. Their state of mind affects how they do their job. So that's pretty rad. But I don't like the way it's implemented, because I think it's quite restrictive. Like I was trying to think about how they'll transition from state to state. So, for example, you've got a content robot core who's happy. He's just doing his own thing. He's perfectly fine. He'll perform adequately. He has to become bored somehow, right? Somehow a content guy has to become bored. It could be he's doing the same job for too long. It could be he's just not doing anything for too long, like regardless of the job. So if there's a med bot and nobody needs healing, he could get bored, even though his job might be quite exciting. And a door might not get bored if people are constantly using that door. So we could do that for bored. That's fine. But that means bored needs to be like a... Instead of being like just a... You are bored now. It kind of needs to be a sliding scale. So it's almost like... Instead of content, bored, crazy being individual states, it's almost like you want them to be a spectrum, right? So you've got... Maybe content is the wrong word for this guy. Maybe like alert. So you've got alert and lazy are two different ends of a spectrum. And their actual value lies somewhere in that spectrum. That seems reasonable. And then you could have not sane and insane being the spectrum, but like I'm thinking about calling it the stability of the core. So you have stability, you have stable, unstable, and that is a spectrum, and they lie somewhere on that stability spectrum. Yeah, a mood meter, but it'd be multiple mood meters. So you've got like one for how alert they are. You've got one for an alertness can deal with like reaction times. So you could have alertness, which is like how fast they react. You could have stability, which is how often they just start doing random shit. And then a third one could be like enthusiasm or something. I don't know what it'd actually be called. I don't think it'd be called enthusiasm. But it'd be that kind of thing. Like, okay, once they know they've got a job to do, how fast are they, like, how efficient are they at the job? So, a healer who's very enthusiastic might heal faster. But if he's bored, I guess if he's bored, he'd want something to do. So he'd react really quickly. He'd be like, oh shit, something to do. So I'm not sure what the different meters should be, but it should be like a spectrum. So that's what I've been trying to think about. So if we go to the robot core, we've got this core personality, right? Currently, it's mostly just the mental state. I've also got one, so it's we've got like, let's see, let's just think about this. So we could have like unstable, stable. They lie somewhere on that spectrum, right? Then we could have yeah, dislike, likes, right? What's his opinion of you? What's his opinion of the player? Because then he could become malicious. Like if you have a medbot who hates you, maybe he refuses to heal you or something. Or I don't know. Stuff like that. Then you've got lazy. Lazy to enthusiastic, maybe, or I'm just going to keep firing them out and we'll see which ones stick. Bored. Alert. That one could work. And then what effect would they have? So you've got like chance of doing something weird. Chance of doing something actively negative. Speed of efficiency. This could be efficiency of doing task. And this could be speed of noticing work to be done. Something like that. The only thing is that I'm not happy about with that is this whole bored. Because if you're bored, you're probably going to notice work to be done. So I think bored is the wrong word there. But I do want bored to be one of these. I like the idea of you leave a robot core doing something for too long and it getting bored and you have to take it and swap it around and go, oh, well, you've been a door for the past 5 years. Here, do you want to be a medbot for a little while? And it'd be like, yeah, and it'd be really grateful. So its opinion of you would increase. It'd be like, yeah, that's awesome. And maybe the more of these negative traits it has, the more unstable it becomes. That's how stability could work. And then if they get like uber unstable, they could break like fully. They could totally get bricked. So that could kind of work. So if we did that and it was a series of scalable values instead of just a switch, then so you've got stability, opinion, let's say enthusiasm. I like that. Although I'm not sure how you'd affect that. And I'm not sure how you'd... The other thing we need to figure out is how you would portray these. How you would portray these on the robot, right? So what have we got to work with? We've got eyes, eyelids, a display, and lights. And so you got the way their eyes are moving, you got their eyelids, you've got a display in the middle, and you've got lights that they shine out of their eyes, which you can change the color and intensity of. I'm not sure if we need to add anything else to the cores to make them more expressive. Yeah, boredom would be like sleepy eyes, right? So I've already got an attempt at boredom. I'm not 100% happy with it, but as like a jumping off point, this guy's bored. which is okay. You know, he's fine. He looks kind of bored. This guy's crazy. Hello, Sackboy. Good to see you. The eyes do have a lot of detail. There's a lot of stuff we can do with the eyes. It's because I don't want very much UI, so I figure if we're going to make these guys have personalities, we don't just want to be displaying it as a UI. But the bored one really looks bored, you know? The bored one's like, man, I hate being a fucking door. You can really see that in him. You can really tell he's not pleased with being a door. Which is pretty cool. He's like, just kill me now. So I think bored is fine. Mostly. And then you'd be like, okay, bored guy, do you want to be a medical cabinet? And then he might get less bored because he's controlling a sleeper casket. He might be like, hey, cool. So that'd be pretty neat. But then we need to think about, okay, what would the other ones be? And it's a sliding scale, right? So I guess for bored, the eyelids can just get droopier the more bored he is. But then we need to figure out these. I'm not 100% convinced about them all. I'm not sure how we'll combine them. So this one is how hooded his gaze is. Yeah. This one can be color of lights slash eyeballs. Red for hate, green for love, or something. So that would be okay. The thing is, these two are very similar. These two are very similar, right? Maybe I get rid of this one. Maybe bored, but I feel like we might want a fourth one. And then unstable stable, right? Unstable stable is an interesting one. Because currently it's just a state. So when he's unstable currently, it just makes him spiral his eyes. That doesn't really work once it's a sliding scale. So I'm thinking for unstable, thing is I do really like that effect. But for that could be like the bricked effect. You know, like if they just go completely off the grid, if they're too negative, they become bricked. That could be the bricked effect, because I do like that effect. I think it's pretty good. But then, for stability, it could be... I know what it could be. It could be like... You know how, like, people get, like, a nervous twitch? Like the lower eyelid just jumping up for a split second. Just like a little twitch. And he could twitch more the more unstable he is. Like more frequently. Like a nervous twitch or something. More frequent / noticeable the more unstable he is. That could work. And that'd be pretty cool. And that's utilizing quite a lot of the functionality we've got for the robot core, and they're not conflicting with each other. So you've got board alert is affected by the upper eyelid. You've got unstable stable is affected by the lower eyelid, and maybe some other stuff like flickering lights. Flickering eye lights. Display. Freaking out. So we can do multiple things for the unstable stable. Eyes darting from side to side. Eyes doing something weird. I'm not sure what yet. But the eye's doing something weird, like the actual movement of the eyes. So that'd be cool. So this is how I currently manage it, which is terrible. Currently, I say if they've got no personality, handle no personality, which just shuts them down. It just closes their eyes, completely shuts them down. If they're bored, I do handle bored. If they're crazy, I do handle crazy. And if they're none of these, then I assume they're default. So that's all the stuff we can configure about the eyes. It's quite a lot. But instead of doing this, because that's just state driven, now instead we're going to do something like this. I want this expression manager. And this will need like an update function. And this can say like, did we actually create those variables? Stability, opinion, enthusiasm. If we do those three, then we can see if we can think of any more. I think those three are a good start. So, top eyelid hoodedness equals this personality 1 minus enthusiasm. Yeah, and then we say this dot left eye set top open ratio to be top eyelid hoodedness. Do that to the right eye as well. And that means their top eyelid is going to close itself or open itself based on how enthusiastic they are. Cool. That's one of them done. Obviously, we might want more going on there, but that's fine for now. um, then we want the eye color. Is that what we said? Eye color? Color of light / eyeballs. Yeah. So we can say color dot lerp. We can do a good old lerp of red and green, and we want to pass in opinion. So that gives us the color that we should be making them. So left eye, right eye. So now the eyes will change color based on opinion. Cool. So then we've got the trickier one. Tricky, tricky, tricky. I think I'm also going to make the display be the color for the opinion at the moment, as we're not using it for anything else. So then we've got the tricky one, which is the nervous ticks. For being unstable. And that's tricky because that one needs to happen over time, right? So we need to say like what if we make an enumerator called Twitch? And that takes an eye and a severity. The severity of the twitch. Cool. And what's this going to do? It's going to what have we got to work with? I guess the severity, so we can say while severity I'm just making shit up at the moment. I don't know if this is going to be good. While severity is greater than 0, I set open ratio Yeah, this could work. It's going to be a bit weird. Set bottom open ratio. So we say close your bottom eyelid. That's what we say. Now it'll take him time to do that. It won't happen instantly. So while severity is greater than 0, I've got no idea how this is going to turn out, but we remove some severity based on how long the frame was. And then we return. And then afterwards, once severity is worn out, his eye resets. I've got no idea what this is going to look like. But even if it looks a bit mental, right? That's the joy of what we're doing now. Even if it looks a bit mental, that's fine, because we're trying to program a malfunctioning robot. So even if it's not perfect, who cares? It's a malfunctioning robot. It adds to the authenticity. Brilliant, right? And we're going to add is twitching equals false. And then in here, we can say is twitching equals true. And then once it's finished, is twitching equals false. It's not perfect, but we don't want it to be perfect. So then, let's get a random number between 0 and 1. If rando is greater than 0.01, (0.01) 0.1 times stability. Thing is, if times 1 minus stability, if he's perfectly stable, that'll come out as 0, which means that'll never be true. No, that'll always be true. Fuck. Rando is less than. Yeah. So that'll come out as 0 if he's fully stable, which means rando can never be less than it, which means it'll never twitch. But if he's going to twitch, var twitch eye equals random dot range 0 to equals 1. This left eye, this right eye. And the severity of the twitch is this personality. Is that. Do you have to be a mono behavior? But I don't want you to be a mono behavior. Mm. If you're not twitching, you can do that. So then, in update, we update here. If output does not equal null, start coroutine output. Yeah, that might work. I don't know. So let's comment out all this. In fact, let's just delete it. I'm all in on this. All in on this new style. And even if I'm not, I've got it in source control. Let's run that and see where it breaks. That's always a good place to start. If in doubt, run it and see what's wrong. Well, I think it's safe to assume something's wrong. They're all giving us the pirate look. They've all gone a bit mental. So what? They're all not enthusiastic. That's problem one. Problem one is they're all not enthusiastic. Why? Did I not default them to have their enthusiasm at 1? They do look unstable. That's very true. But that... Their enthusiasm should be 1, which means their eyelid hood... Oh, I'm such a turd. Right, that'll fix problem 1. I mean, their nervous twitching is going a bit mental. It's a bit excessive. He looks like Because of the ways his eyelids are looking, he's actually upside down right now. Hang on. The twitch is too expressive. It's too expressive. Also, they're supposed to have 100% stability, so... But you know why that is? It's the same issue. That needs to be... No, it's not the same issue. That reaction's even called. Yeah, I know, it's a bit of an odd one. Trust me, it'll look better once it's less obvious. Well, I say that. But it might. Here's another problem with the eyes. Currently, they've got no way of distinguishing which way they're facing, right? So you don't know which is the top eyelid and which is the bottom. And that's where eyebrows would really help. I was loath to add eyebrows, but I'm starting to believe in the eyebrow theory. Hey, Eldra, good to see you. It's getting there. Sort of. He needs to be more crazy looking. But he's looking a bit crazy. He's got a bit of a crazy twitch going on. Maybe I do believe in the eyebrow theory. It let us make them more expressive. How's it going? It's going alright. I think he's starting to look crazy. I think maybe it shouldn't alternate eyes. I think he'd look more crazy if it didn't alternate eyes. Let's make it always be on the same eye. And the severity... Yeah, he's only got one dodgy eye. It still seems like it's... First up, it's too frequent. But I can solve that just by going like that. But... well, no. I like it being frequent. The problem is his stability just set to 0 or something? Initial stability, 1. So, if his initial stability is 1, I stand by the fact that this should never be true. Which means he should never be twitching. I want to see what these are getting set to. It should be 1. But I don't think I believe that it is 1. I think they're getting set to 0. That's what I think's happening. Zero, 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 zero. Hey, Brian. So what we're seeing here is a guy with zero stability. Now, I don't think he looks crazy enough. But that's where we're going to add to the instability stuff. I think he's getting there when it comes to craziness, for sure. But I also think this actually should be 0.01. Can I add red lines to his eye? What, make it like bloodshot? Maybe with a mask. But they're robotic eyes, so true bloodshotness wouldn't make a large amount of sense. I think 0.01 might even be too much. We could... How else can we make him look crazy? I want to see... you. Your initial stability is 85. I don't see our third one there, which is weird. This guy's only 15% unstable. Which means he has... Not very often. Every so often. He has a little twitch. Just a little one. Just a tiny twitch every so often. We need to make the instability more apparent than a tiny twitch. It's a good start, I think. I think if we do something with the eyes, we do something with the lights. It should be pretty good, I think. But where's our third one? Oh, I didn't create one for initial enthusiasm. Okay. I mean, I think it's still going to set it to 0. Oh no. Let's set this door's initial enthusiasm to 0.5. And let's make him like us. Let's set his opinion to 1. So he likes us. He's lost a bit of his enthusiasm. And he's mildly unstable. But mildly unstable is fine. He looks really depressed. Feel bad for him. And then we also need, actually, I'm surprised this hasn't been breaking. Oh, of course it hasn't been breaking. They're sentient and depressed. Well, yeah, that's the kind of feel I want. If this personality is null, so if we've stolen their personality so they don't have one, we want to close their eyes. We want to... I should probably just make a function for this, which is like reset. What else are we modifying here? The eyes, the display. I think that's all we miss. Oh, the eye color. Are we messing with anything else? I don't think so. Not at the moment. Now I see an issue with this already. Yield return null. I feel like that breaks everything. Damn me returning this goddamn enumerator. Look at that null reference. That's because of me returning that goddamn enumerator. Let's return a bool. No, we have to return the enumerator. I'm really YOLOing here. Don't worry about it though. Ah, you son of a bitch. Okay. The YOLO isn't going to work. There has to be some way where I can optionally return it being enumerated, like early out on an enumerator. How do you early out on an enumerator? Let's ask the old ChatGPT. Let's ask the old ChatGPT. Hello, friend. In C#, if I have a function that returns an enumerator and I want to early out, what do I do? I thought I yield returned null. That isn't the case. Is there anything I can return to say stop enumerating this function? I feel like there must be. Yield break! That's what it is. Of course it's yield break. Mystery solved. And I don't think I actually need that. Nice. Sort of nice. That should fix the exceptions. So then, we just need to figure out what we actually want instability to look like. Now, I do think there is an issue with this code. Namely, if I steal a core, yoink. Yeah, it fucks up the bottom eyelid until the first twitch. Which just makes him look like he's giving you the cheeky side eye. Which is a solvable issue, I think. Be a bit lame, though. Mm. Mm. This isn't ideal. But it might work. And I'll take that for now. As long as it doesn't interfere with the twitching, but I don't think it will. Okay, we can transfer him back and forth. That's good. He's only a little bit unstable. Why are there so many null references? Line 37. In the door. In the door. Line 37. Line 37. Oh, because he doesn't have a personality. There we go. Cool. So now I think I want to save this scene. And I maybe want to create a new scene just for testing expressions. I think. I'm loath to create a new scene, but it sure would clean things up. Question. What happens if... Let's go back to the robot core. I need to move this expression manager into its own file. And I should probably move personality into its own file as well. And ideally now I can get rid of this, right? That will break the doors. Because the doors are heavily reliant on the mental state. So for now, let's just assume that we're going to rewrite the door logic to deal with these new rules we've put in. So, what else was I doing? Robot core. Oh, right. We don't need that anymore. In fact, we don't need this anymore. And we don't need that anymore. Cool. Potentially cool. Right, good. Then I wanted to... Where are you? I wanted to see if I can make you serializable. I don't know if that's going to work. Because that should be serializable anyway. Basically, I want to be able to modify the opinion, stability, and enthusiasm at real time. Which is awkward because it's not a mono behavior. And yet apparently that was enough. Cool. So now we can just dump a robot core down here for testing purposes. Maybe give it its own little room just so that we get the lighting. Or at least give it a floor. Let's move the camera over. Oh, the camera's going to follow the goddamn player. Okay, the camera's not going to follow the player. Cool. So now in theory being the wonderful thing that it is, we can... Where did I put you? Where are you? Let's bring this guy to the top. And this guy is our... expression tester. So, now in theory, we can increase his opinion of us, decrease it, increase it, decrease it. Cool. We can decrease his enthusiasm. Is he upside? Whoa, we can put it in the negatives. He's upside down, isn't he? I need to give these guys frickin' eyebrows. I think I'm fully on board with the eyebrow theory. Yeah, so we can bring his enthusiasm down to 0. Take it up to 1. Bring it down to -5. Minus 1. No, it's got to be between 0 and 1. Cool. And then stability, this is the big one, right? That we need to figure out what we're doing with stability. So if he's got 0 stability, it's not the most exciting thing in the world. He needs to be totally spazzing out if he's got 0 stability. He needs to be like uber freaking out. And this is where modifying the expression manager comes in, really. I wonder if that helps. But yeah, we need to think of other stuff we can do to him to make him look more unstable. It's just not enough. It's not enough to highlight how crazy he is. And it goes up too much. And I'm going to make that be divided by 4. If I can get this nervous twitch looking okay at 0% stability, then we can think about what we can build upon it with. He does it very frequently, almost too frequently. Even if he's at 0%. But I think if we combine it with other effects, like we were going to make his lights flicker. Currently, I'm just basically throwing stuff at a wall and seeing what sticks. What if we added... I think his eyes should... What if... What if we do that? Now we might want to unhook all these from the same event. But for now, let's see what they look like when they're all on the same event. Okay. Not bad. Too silly. But it's supposed to be silly, to an extent. We want to show that he's malfunctioning, right? Unstable. Normally, his eye would reset afterwards, actually. Let's give him something to look at. Here, do you want to look at this guy? That should narrow down the silliness a bit, because he will always be looking at something, which should make his eyes... Well, I don't know how it'll work when he's looking at something, which is why this is a good test as well. So now he's looking at this guy. Is that true? Let's just make sure that's true. Yeah. Cool. Now his eye wiggles a bit when he does the thing, but then it goes back to what he was looking at. I think it's too frequent at 0 stability. I do think it's too frequent. But I think we're getting there. Then I think we do this. This is super hacky code, but whatever, we're just prototyping. This code is super jank. I shouldn't just be copying this, but I'm going to for now. Right. I stopped it being able to do left and right before because it was just alternating between them and it looked weird. But if they can do them at the same time, we might just need to manage the frequency. Make it less common. Which I think we should do anyway, even though it is 100% malfunctioning, so it should be pretty blatant. It's starting to look very malfunctiony. What else could we do? I think we should lower the frequency now that it can happen to both eyes. We could add a tiny particle effect where he fires off sparks and stuff. That'd help. Let's lower the chances to... Let's be really excessive with lowering the chances. And then, yeah, we could add like sparks. I think sparks could be pretty great. For that, I would need to add a particle system. Make it render on the robot core layer. Make it be like 7. Perfect. Then we would need the duration of the sparks would be like uber low. The sparks would be pretty fast. The shape would be like we'd want the shape of the sparks to be pretty close together. We would want them to come out directly where I'm saying they come out of. Makes sense why I didn't remember you. Wax was 4 years ago. Yeah. Wax was a long time ago. Good old Wax. Mm. Mm. I don't entirely understand this particle system. I think I'm getting close to understanding it, but uh-huh. Mm. 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 Mm-hmm. Do 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 do. And we just want the sparks to like come out for a very short period of time. I mean, that's not really what I want. How do I decide how fast they get emitted? Uh-huh. 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 Um So then this is where I need to actually create a material for them, right? I can cheese it at the moment with our healing material. We probably want them to be a bit smaller than that. No, no, that's not what I want. What I want is I want their start size. No, that's fine. Then we want like color over lifetime. And we want to have them alpha out. I feel like they're not alphaing out. I think I resent that. They should be alphaing out over time. But call me crazy, I don't think they are. No, they're definitely not. That should have alphaed them. It's very weird that it didn't. What am I missing? Well, whatever. We can also size by lifetime. Like that. Uh-huh. Better. Closer. Warmer. Maybe a bit less excessive. Could just make it linear. Nah, linear's a bit jank, innit? I think I preferred this one. And then we just need an actual sprite for them, I think. I'm pissed that that alphaing isn't working. When it really should be. That should be alphaing the crap out of it. But it's not actually alphaing it. It's just making it go invisible. But that's fine, sort of. I think it starts off too big, but maybe it's not too big. I mean, the guy's going to be pretty small on the screen. If anything, that's too small now. But that's a manageable issue. And it's shrinking too fast. Thing is, the sparks are supposed to be quite subtle, so maybe it's fine. I'll be honest, I'm not entirely sure why they're so small. Like, I know I've got it small here, but if I increase that size, that's too big. No, that's too big. Maybe it's fine. Let's I guess we need to make the material. I don't really know what a spark would look like. Fuck it, let's just YOLO it. Da 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 da. I mean, it's going to be incredibly small. I don't think it actually matters that much what it looks like, as long as it's roughly the right shape. There we go, the perfect spark. Probably helps if I put it in its own layer. Spark. Then we need to create a material. Change it to the particle pipeline. Choose the albedo to be our spark. Make it fade. Actually, make it transparent. No, make it fade. And I think that's all we need to do. Then let's go back to this guy. Probably rename this. Change the material to be our shitty little spark material. Kinda looks alright, except it's starting too big, right? Not bad. I know it looked really shitty all the way up until now, and I know my little spark looks shitty as well, but you can't tell me that this doesn't look pretty good as a spark. I think it's pretty good. Cool. Now, I'm not sure where we actually want that to live. But yeah, it is super neato, right? But we might want, like, we don't always want it to come out the same place. It's almost like I'm going to create a new prefab that just houses that effect, just so that I've got it stored. Just so I've got it stored somewhere, because in the past I've had issues where I've lost entire particle effects. Right, now I've got this prefab. Living the dream. So, we could just give them all this prefab. Yeah, we could randomize it, right? Let's set that to 0, set that to 0, set that to 0. Now it should fire it up, up and away. Alright, where's that angle stuff? Is it that? I don't know if it is that. No, that totally fucked it. I don't know what half of these do. That's why with particles, it's like, you just gotta play with them. It's not the arc. But I didn't dick with its rotation. Like I would expect it. I guess it's... Yeah, okay, so it's... If I set the arc to be 90 degrees... It's starting from the top, and it's 90 degrees this way. That's cool. So... We can give each robot core its own particle... its own spark object. And then we could just randomly move it around. Randomize its location and orientation. And frequency of playing. I think we might do that. I think that'd be pretty good. On those 6 pads. Which 6 pads? Oh, you mean these things? Yeah, we could do that. Or we could actually, like, explicitly map them out. Like, we could say... Right, I'm going to remove it from here. Even though I think that's a pretty good location for it. Now that I've got it in a prefab. I can kill this. So we can give this guy a spark. And then we can put it wherever we want. Without having to worry about messing about with all those parameters, we can just move it around. It's kind of weird, though, how it's going down the way. Oh, he's upside down. He's upside down. That's fine. So... Yeah, we just need to decide on some locations. I agree, it is a neat effect. Especially when you look at the actual particle that I made, which looks like absolute dog shit. Somehow it just works. I think we can maybe get even cleverer with it, you know? I don't know if I should. But you can actually make it glow. You can make it actually emit like a yellow light. Which would be pretty cool. Might be overkill. Right, I'll be right back. Gotta take some meds. Camptown lady, sing this song. Do da, do da, do 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 da day. Yeah. So I'm not sure how we decide where this lives, honestly. Fuck, I didn't mean to hit play. I'm going to restart Unity. Look how long it's taking to compile domain. That should be like immediate. Hey, look at that. We got to see it at least once. So what we could do is... We've got Spark now. Let's apply that to all the prefabs. Wax did compile faster, that's true. Wax was a much simpler game from a simpler time. I've been thinking about remaking Wax. It's weird that the other ones didn't fire off a spark, considering I just updated all their prefabs. Oh right, he does have a lot of changes. That one's fine. Wax 2. Wax 3, my friend. We were playing Wax 2 the other day. Mevib came on stream and gave us a link. Wax 2 actually exists and is still live. It'd have to be Wax 3. You. I'm sure I said apply to prefab. What changes have you got? We don't care about that change. We do care about that change. You can be applied to everyone. Cool. So now, Robot Core, you have a particle system. Get component in children? Yeah, it's in your child. So that's cool. Then we can give that to the expression manager. And then theoretically, in here, we can do something like that. Just as a test. What? Oh, I need to actually pass it in. So now, each time he twitches, he should emit sparks. Which is probably not the final behavior that we want. But it's one step closer, right? So now if we reduce his stability... Come on, you son of a bitch. I've reduced your stability. Why didn't you emit those sparks? Tell me why this guy didn't emit sparks. Oh, he did, look. Oh, he's only doing it with his with this eye. That makes sense. Cool. So now we just need to let it move around. Make it not tied to the twitch, probably. And then we'll be living the dream. It's tempting to add another one for the other side. Yeah, they really add to the broken feeling, right? I'm going to add another one to the other side. I was just going to move the same one around, but then we can't get them both going off at the same time. Adding one to the other side is going to be a pain in the ass, though, unless I... Well, I guess I can map it myself. I guess I could actually add it to the eye instead of to the core. Add it to the eye instead of the core. It's so crazy it just might work. Yeah. 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 Get out of here. And then we don't need to pass it in there either. Because it'll be in the eye. It'll be the perfect crime. Then This guy needs... Oh, I've already got that. Expression manager... What? Why are you complaining? I thought I got rid of you. Oh, I didn't hit save. Yeah. That might be it, mostly. And we might want to manipulate the rotation of it, but... What are all these changes? Uh, 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 apply all. I'm always hesitant to apply all. Let's see what it looks like. And then we'll restart Unity. We need to stop them doing that little celebration when it first loads. But let's increase his instability. Go crazy. There is no particle system attached to the left eye game object, but a script is trying to access it. What? Get component in children! There we go. I'm a little worried about the fact that every single robot in the game now is introducing 2 extra particle effects. But I guess most of them they're not going to be playing at the same time. So it should be fine. Okay, no errors this time. Go crazy. Okay, I feel like I made him too stable. His stability is at 0. He's supposed to be totally fucked. It's definitely getting there. Right, let's restart Unity. But lest I forget, make sure we save the scene. Otherwise we lose all sorts of shit. Do you want to see the first version of my project? This is the prototype for this game. This is what I made when I was trying to figure out what the fuck I was going to make. It's beyond jank. I don't think it even had the eyes. And it was just called Walker because I had no idea what I was going to make, but I knew it wanted to involve something walking, so I just called it Walker. It looks terrible, man. But you know, it's good to look back, see how much we've progressed in the past 10 days. Da da da! You'll be able to see where the influence came from, though. Da 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 da. I don't even know if there's any controls or what the controls are. Oh yeah. Da da da. I actually prefer the dragon mechanic in a lot of ways. Do 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 do. Uh. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. You can see though where the philosophy was. You know, the primordial broth of Sleeper Keeper. Yeah, it really is. I don't know how I plug this casket in. I don't know the controls. Feels like old Flash games you've played. Yeah. It was a lot simpler. It was a simpler time. Simpler days. And then I decided, you know what? I think there's some compelling mechanics here. It was the dragging mechanic I liked. I liked the dragging mechanic. And I was like, fuck it, let's actually make this, eh? But then I became addicted to the eyes and the doors. In this game, the doors were just, you toggled them on or off. Whereas, I decided to make everything physics-based in the new one. Which I think was a good call. It makes it much better. But that is indeed the primordial broth. Now let's go back to the real game. And let's just check that. So I think these guys have served their purpose for now. Sorry, guys. Camera. Shit, did I just delete the camera? I did. Let's not delete the camera, eh? We might need that. Camera, you can follow the player again. Now let's make one of these guys be batshit crazy. This guy, I guess. Here, do you want to be batshit crazy? And let's make this guy lovers. Here, you can think we're great. And let's make this guy be incredibly unenthusiastic about his job. Now we're going to check that the personality gun can transfer those 3 different personalities. Oh. Probably helps if I change the correct setting. It's not actually that one. That one updates it in real time. What we want to update is these ones. Dee, 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 dee. I need to stop the mole from emitting 2 sparks right at the beginning. Okay, he is freaking out. I think he needs to freak out more obviously. Instead of just... yeah. And he loves us. So now, if we steal the freaking out one... yoink. I'll be honest, that hasn't quite worked. His eyes have glazed over. I mean, it sort of worked. The only thing is that his eyes are getting rendered beneath the container. It's worked apart from that. So let's swap him out for this one. Yeah. Let's take the lazy one. Put it in there. Swap that out for that one. Pretty cool. Now, their personalities don't actually affect their behavior currently, which is something we need to do. So we need to make it so that we can do the door first. We need to make it so that the door, if he's unstable, acts bizarrely. If he hates us, I don't know what we'll do. If he hates us, he will try to close himself if he sees us coming. And if he's lazy, he will take twice as long to do stuff. And if he's super enthusiastic, he'll do it twice as fast. And that will be pretty cool, because then we can take these 3 personalities, swap them between doors, and see the doors change behavior. That's the goal. That's the next objective. But first I need to fix this issue where we're not seeing the eyes. Why aren't we seeing the eyes? Why aren't we seeing the eyes? Are we seeing the eyes if I put him down? Yes. And if I pick him back up, we see the eyes. This isn't even the crazy one, but he looks crazy. Okay, what we need to do is... There's a few things we need to do. First up is... Yeah, I don't really care about that one. For now, the player's not going to start holding the gun, so it's not a big deal. But we do need to make it so that... Where are you, gun? Where are you? Equipment, personality, gun. When we drop the core, track object. Can you track? Do we have access to the player? Yeah. So when we drop it, it should look at us like, what are you doing? When we pick it up, it can look at us as well for now. It's fine. Now that it'll be looking at us when we drop it, we can start feeling guilt. Goodbye, robot. He's like, oh, do you want to pick me up? Do you want to pick me up? Yeah, go on then. Here, have a house. Cool. This is coming along nicely. Hey guys, these guys have got nothing wrong with them. I don't know what to do about the equipment. I think I might need to split it up more so that when you're grabbing, the gun disappears. And make it so that the gun actually has like a hand holding it. Because currently it's a bit weird. I should probably make the backpack have physics as well. That also needs to stop having eyes when it's been dropped. If it's got no personality. See, it's still shining light. You son of a bitch. Let me through. Oh, let me through. Don't fight it. Yes. Yeah. See how the lights are still following us? They're not evil doors. They just don't have any power. These are doors that require power. They're not doing this maliciously. Look, if I go up here, I can grab this thing. Which part of me believes should have eyes, but I don't think I fully believe it. I think I'm reaching a dangerous level of giving everything eyes. Give the floor some eyes. Yeah. There's supposed to be a crank here, but it's turned invisible. But don't worry about that. Turning the crank gives these guys some power. Get them a little bit more. Actually, that should be enough. It wasn't enough. Da 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 da. I don't know why I made this crank so inefficient. Oh, you sons of bitches. Anyway, let's fix this issue. Entirely convinced about that. Yeah, that'll do. That should fix it. Now, how do I turn off this stupid widget? It's not in the list. Yeah, whatever. Looks a bit weird, but that's fine. So, yeah, next up comes modifying door behaviors based on mood. So, think we need to get rid of that. Handle crazy state. No. We can get rid of handle content state. And we can just call process near objects. So, speed times equals robot core personality enthusiasm. And we'll set speed to 2 by default. We'll set speed to 4 by default. There we go. So now he'll open and close the door faster based on how enthusiastic he is. Nice. That's one of our personality traits down. Then we've got how much he likes us. So for how much he likes us, what was the impact of that going to be? Chance of doing something actively negative. Yeah. I didn't mean to do that. Yeah. That one gets tricky for a door. So if he doesn't like us, we need to flip this logic on its head. Yeah. I think I'm gonna rename that from opinion to instead of opinion, instead of dislikes, likes, I think it's gonna be like malicious friendly. Friendly. Something along those lines. Malicious or benevolent? No. It's like how willing he is to help, right? Sackboy says, feels like your microphone unchanged during these 4 years. It has changed. The quality probably hasn't changed, but the actual microphone has. Why, you got beef with my microphone, Sackboy? It's not the microphone. It's who's speaking into it that counts. Think about it. Maybe it's like helpful, unhelpful. That's kind of what I want it to be. Like, is it helping you, or is it actively working against you? But I'm not sure what the terminology would be for that scale. It'd be like, hmm. 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 Yeah, let's go with helpful, unhelpful for now. Helpfulness. What a stupid word. So he's helpful or unhelpful. And it is called... sod it. We can rename it at any point. Helpfulness will do. So, we've got enthusiasm covered. For helpfulness, I think... maybe we just multiply the ignore threshold. Yeah, that'll work really well. um, yeah, that'll work. So, if his helpfulness is at 0, he will never open the door for you. If his helpfulness is at like 0.1, he'll open the door for you, but only for a second. And if it's at max, he'll open the door for a good amount of time. That works. Then comes the tricky one. What if he is mental? What if he's unstable? That's the hard one to do. How evil the door is. Yeah. It's kind of that. That was the initial intent for it. But I'm happy with helpfulness for now. So he could be enthusiastically unhelpful. Or he could be unenthusiastically helpful. Both of which are different but similar. Cool. But if he's crazy, then I think we need him to go down a completely different route if he's crazy. So we should have like... I used to have that erratic behavior cooldown. Let's have... malfunction time remaining. And It starts at 0, and we say if malfunction time remaining is greater than 0, reduce it, and whatever. And then do something, and then bail without doing your actual behavior. Cool. And then that would be after that, assuming he's not malfunctioning, we can say if if random range 0, 1 is greater than robot core personality stability, this malfunction time remaining plus equals, I don't know, 5 seconds. So each turn he does a check. If he's fully stable, he'll never malfunction. If he's 10% unstable, then each frame there's a 10% chance of him malfunctioning. Nah. We can't have that. That's too crazy. But we can tweak that. Whatever. Then handle malfunction. Sure. And pass in the speed. So even though he's malfunctioning, I think his enthusiasm should still come into play. Right. Maybe it shouldn't. No, it shouldn't. Shh. Cool. So then, for malfunctioning, why did I delete that function I had? It was such a perfect function. It's exactly what we need. Yoink. So I do need my erratic behavior cooldown. Erotic behavior cooldown. Sure. Hang on. Let me look at that diff again. Yeah, that's fine. Speed times equals random range. 0.58. Then need to... Did I... America. Cool. That should be Gucci. And then here... No. Yeah, that should be fine. Maybe. Sort of. I guess we'll see. Okay, crazy door. Let's see how crazy you are. Crazy, am I? Let's see how crazy I can be. Hopefully, he's fully crazy. Come on, crazy door. Start acting out. Crazy door? Well, he's not responding to me, which implies he's being crazy. He's just kind of doing his own thing. Friendly door is being... Well, friendly door should stay open for quite a while, right? Let's test that. Let's put a normal door. Just a regular door. Let's replace crazy door with a regular door. Crazy can go over there where he's not going to do any harm. Now, let's see. The green door should stay open longer. Nice. And then the lazy door should be slower to open. A lazy door, you are actually supposed to open. Oh, right. He's fully lazy. That means he'll never open. Shit, man. I need him to have a lower bound. He should at least open, even if it's really slow. If he's uber lazy, he should still do it, right? Look, do you want to have like a little bit of enthusiasm? Just a little bit. Look, lazy door. This isn't cool what you're doing. Lazy door, do 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 do. Lazy door, ah. Lazy door, do you want it? I think I resent you, lazy door. feel like lazy door is not playing ball. But why? What's wrong with you, lazy door? mm, mm, mm. Lazy door isn't unhelpful, right? Evil lazy door. Yeah. He's become a bit too lazy for my liking. His helpfulness is 0.5, so he should be helping. His enthusiasm, let's bring up to 1. Let's make him super enthusiastic. And see if he's still bugged out. Oh, was he jammed? Was he considering himself jammed? I think he was considering himself jammed. Okay, cool. Let's make him a bit more lazy then. That's better. Need to figure out why he was considering himself jammed. But he is being super unenthusiastic now. So that's cool. Nice. Yoink. Whose core do I have? Oh, yours. There you go. I thought I turned those lights off on the backpack. If we don't have one in it. Hmm. Hmm. Well, anyway, I think the door stuff is mostly working. I think I need to make this backpack have collision. The perfect crime? Well, doing that, giving this collision somehow broke everything else. Which is kinda weird. I'm not sure why. Not sure why that would be the case. Why would giving that collisions break everything? Why? Why? Like, it works, except we seem to have got an extra core from somewhere. But all I changed was that and that. If I change those back, what? But that is all I changed. You son of a bitch. What's happened? That really is all I changed. And we could see it working fine. Why are you suddenly not taking the personality? It's almost like, for some reason, this guy is actually starting with a personality. And when I steal this one, it's giving that one the personality that this used to have. But we know that this didn't used to have a personality. And I haven't changed anything. Have I? No, I really haven't. Where's the gun? When he wakes up, we set his personality to be null. Which is working, we know that. And then when we fire the gun, we check for our collision with the robot core. We get its personality. We We set the target to be our old personality, which is null. And then we set our personality to be the new personality, which is fine. And it was working 100% until I turned on that collider and then turned it off again. But why? I don't know why that would have broken. I honestly can't think of any reason why that would have broken. Nothing's changed. Nothing's changed. No personality. Like we can see if we find the robot gun in this list. Well, okay, maybe we can't see it. And maybe that's why he had the glow. You know, I was talking about the glow. I guess he is getting gifted a personality. But why? What if I change that from awake to start? It's so crazy it just might work. No, look, he's still got that glow. Which is weird. He shouldn't have that glow if he's got no personality. It's one of life's eternal mysteries. And why? I think I'm going to have to do some debug logging. Ugh. That. It was definitely working fine before I turned that collider off and then back on again. Or on and then back off again. For sure it was working fine. And I haven't changed anything that would affect that. Oh my god, we've changed quite a lot. But I haven't changed anything that would affect that. Have I? Like, we do that, which sets the personality for them all. But that should get nuked by that. Unless... No, that doesn't even have a start. Well, let's check that's getting called with the old debug log. Wiping personality from the gun. Let's just check that's getting called. It should be, but you never know. Yeah. But then what happens if I click kill personality? Does it kill it again? No. So then what happens if I steal this personality and then I kill it? Then it dies. Interesting. It has to be... It has to be a change I've made. No. That doesn't clone personalities. Hmm. 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 Okay, well, something weird is happening when we do this, for sure. So let's see what the hell's going on. It's possible it's colliding with itself, but then why would it affect the door we're pointing at? And it shouldn't be colliding with itself. Not really. Right. Yoink. So, we have a hit. We have a robot core, which is the crazy one. So it's targeted the correct core. So we get its personality. Our personality is not null. But why? We can see in the log wiping personality from the gun. And that's on start. Which makes sense. On start is like after everything's awoken, right before anything else happens. And the only way a personality can get set on a robot core is it creates one at the start. This is going to spam us a lot. um, Sure, we can just live with the spam. So when I run this, I expect to see a shit ton of setting my personality and then nuking my personality. That's what I expect to see. Yeah. A shit ton of setting my personality and then wiping personality from the gun. Which is cool. That's what's supposed to happen. Except, we know for a fact that it has a personality. Because it's glowing. Well, that's not strictly true. But we know it has a personality because when we fire the ray at that guy, it says we have a personality. So, it's kind of bizarre, honestly. Why does the personality gun have a personality? Why? Like, this gets called in 5 places. It gets called there, which is kill personality. It gets killed at the start, or it gets done at the start, and it gets done on the old switcheroo. Let's debug this one more time, and we'll physically kill the personality before we do the switch. Is my breakpoint still in there? Yeah. Cool. So let's run it. Let's go into the robot core. Let's kill its personality. Now for sure, it has no personality. Kill personality sets its personality to be null. Now let's do the switch. What? 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 It's not that this guy has like a backup personality or anything. If personality equals null, setting personality to null. If we see this message, there is no way the personality should exist. And we definitely should see that message, because we can see that we're passing null in. So, let's kill the robot core. Setting personality to null, which means that is definitely happening. Which means we're doing that. And we're doing that. Now, the personality guns robot core is this guy. See? So his storage is this guy. We've just seen that we've killed this guy's personality. We've straight up murdered it. Now what's weird is they're still displaying, which is very odd. It's very odd. It's very, 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 very odd. It's almost like it's creating a new personality for it every time it gets nuked. Which is not a thing, because where's core personality at? The only place we ever knew up a personality is when the robot core gets created. It's the only time we do it. It's the only time we do it. So how is it? Okay, the only thing left I can think of is get rid of this serializable tag. Which doesn't make sense, but it might be Unity trying to be helpful. Fuck you, Unity. What the actual F? So, if this is serializable, and I set it to null, Unity goes, nah, 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 nah. You don't want it to be null. I'll new up a new one for you. Really? I mean, to be fair, that should probably be that. But it's going to go, oh, Unity doesn't like this. So, I can't make that serializable, which is fine. It just means I can't modify them in real time. But I only need to be able to modify them in real time if we're testing new expressions. So then I can just uncomment that again. Cool. So now Can I turn this back on? That was a hell of a rabbit hole to go down, eh? Just because Unity was handling the serialize attribute weirdly. Way! Cool. So now we can't walk through things while we've got the backpack equipped. And we can't walk through the backpack, which is fine, I suppose. Awesome. Thank you, Crazy Door. I appreciate it. That guy's still glowing, but I know why he's glowing now, so that's fine. He's glowing because... Here, I need to... do that. And then if you have a personality, we can just set that to true for now. Not true. Set it to 1 for now. Cool. So we have our crazy door. We have our lazy door. We have our unhelpful door. And we can have a lazy, crazy, unhelpful door. That's pretty good. Let's commit all those changes because they are all working as I hoped. Just broken door. How do you mean? The doors are working cool now. They're not broken. They're like, well, sometimes they're broken. If lazy and unhelpful. Oh, right, yeah, I did have that problem. I need to cap it. That's a good shout. Well, do I need to cap it? No, I do. I should. Yeah, I should cap that. Cool. Now it shouldn't break. So, reworked robot core personalities and made them affect doors. Next up, we need them to affect caskets, which is a bit more interesting. Because caskets don't do very much. All caskets do is gain power And if they don't have power, they... What? Who kills the occupant? Oh, the casket itself kills the occupant. Yeah. The casket itself kills the occupant. Cool. So the only thing a casket does is make sure it's powered. So it's going to be very hard to make those three things that actually have an impact on the casket. Let's see. If the casket is... Let's go back to our personalities and let's think about what they can do. If the casket is unhelpful, it doesn't bother to restore power, right? That's an easy one. So we can say real charge rate equals how much the docked socket is willing to give the casket. So the socket goes, I can give you 10 power per second. Yeah. So we want to say, okay, if he's helpful, that's cool. If he's not helpful, we're not actually going to charge the casket at all. So if the helpfulness is at 0, he's just going to go, I ain't charging the casket. I've got no reason to. I'm feeling stubborn. I'm just not going to do it. So that needs to be real charge rate. And if the casket requires power, this guy is such a turd that he's going to take power from the socket Yeah. He's going to take power from the socket. Like, the socket's going to go, I can give you 10 power. And if he's feeling unhelpful, he's going to take that 10 power. but he's going to only use part of it. And yeah. So he's going to waste power. That'll be pretty cool. So that deals with one of them. So then we've got, if he's enthusiastic, then but what's really cool about that is if he's super helpful for the casket, he will take like 10 power from the casket, from the socket. He'll take 10 power from the socket, but then he'll convert it into 20 power for the casket if he's feeling super helpful. That'd be pretty great. So helpful cores will be super useful. But now we need to figure out enthusiasm, right? So on the door, that is, how quickly will he open the door? How quickly he'll open the door. I'm thinking about tweaking this. I'm thinking about making enthusiasm. Yeah, enthusiasm should be. Let's do this, right? This will be pretty cool. This can be enthusiasm instead of helpfulness. Awesome. Makes sense. If he's being helpful, what if he can heal the occupant? That'd be pretty good. Like, not a massive amount, but he can heal it. And if he's unhelpful, he's going to start killing the occupant. Yeah. Like, very slowly. Very slow healing. Very slow killing. But that ties more into helpful, unhelpful. I like that one. But that's not in power charging. That's like a separate thing. Handle occupant healing. So if you've got a super helpful core, you can swap it around injured dudes and heal them up slowly. But if you don't have time for that shit, then you can take them to the med bay. Multiple solutions to a problem. That's the kind of thing we want. Healing equals 0.5 minus healing equals negative 0.5 plus helpful. So if his helpfulness is neutral, he's not going to heal, but he's not going to hurt. There should maybe be a threshold on that, though. There should maybe be a threshold on that. Hmm. 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 Nah, fuck it. This occupant did I put a function on the occupant for like modify health? You sure didn't, Callum. God damn it. Fine. Fine. But I will do one day. Um. Let's just cap it. Make sure it doesn't go out of bounds. Nice. If this core personality equals null, do nothing. That's going to be true for every role. Nice. Now we just need crazy. What does it do if it's crazy? Crazy is a bit of a trickier one. Crazy will randomly set the power / health of the occupant. It might increase it, it might decrease it. Now that might be too overpowered. It probably would be too overpowered. Because you just let it go. You just let your cores go super crazy and then put them in. And then the health would never reach 0 because it'd just constantly be malfunctioning. So even if it got low, it then just set it high again over time. So it probably needs to... I don't want it to just kill them though. Like with the door one, crazy doors aren't malicious. They just open and close randomly. What can a crazy casket do? It can undock itself. Undocking itself is pretty harsh. Undocking itself is pretty harsh. And yet, it's also pretty good. Should he undock himself? I think so. Make it like a really low chance. But I think that could work quite well. It's the only other influence I can think it has. Think of it having. At the moment, at least. Maybe as we improve upon sockets, it can do more stuff. But I think for now, handle unstable. So if it's unstable, chance to undock equals this core stability. No, this core personality stability 1 minus. No, that's fine. Stability times. It needs to be really unlikely, even at max instability. 0.01. Uber unlikely. And I'm gonna say if this core personality stability is greater than 0.5, I'm not gonna let it happen. Because it's too brutal. Like, obviously we can tweak that, but it's too brutal. Like, you don't want to have to sit there and worry about all of your cores being at 100% stability. It'd be too much. If random range 0, 1 is less than chance to undock, which is very generous. If stability reaches 0, it's guaranteed to undock. Is that true? Yeah, basically. This casket socket. This casket eject. That should really be eject from socket. I don't know why it's called that. Cool. Let's go test this out. Oh, crazy guy. Why is this guy dying? Wow, he just insta-gibbed. But why? Are you the crazy one? The fact that I can't tell initially is not great. Whoa, what happened there? Why? Hey, Medbot. I think he is the crazy one. Why? Hang on. No, I'm not still drawing the navigation mesh. Why did my frame rate tank so hard? I'm surprised he hasn't ejected yet. I did set it to be very low. Okay, something I've done makes it so that I think it's to do with whether I'm blocking the path of the Medbot on his way back. Hey Medbot, did you get yourself stuck? Yeah. It's just our pathfinding being gimpy. Out of the way, Medbot. See that? I've made it so he doesn't have a way home, so he's just spamming looking for a way home every turn. I need to put some sort of a cooldown on that. Like, only check for a way home every... like, once a second or something. Right, I think... one of these is too brutal. One of these is too brutal. I think it's the power one. Because how much power does a casket need? Uh... 5 point something per second. And he starts with no power. And what's the stats on this robot core? I can't tell because I turned that thing off. Well, I can see what his default stats are. You. What's your initial stats? 1 enthusiasm, 1 stability. So 1 enthusiasm, 1 stability. Right. Whoops. What power units does the casket use? I don't know, man. Horsepower. Man months. I don't know. It uses a float. That's as far as I've got with that. I haven't thought about units. Right, maybe now he'll actually start charging. Yeah, cool. But if I take the lazy one and I put it in here, he's not bothering to charge anymore. But if I take the crazy one and put it in here, which is very hard to tell unless he's malfunctioning. I need to make the malfunctioning more obvious on the one who's got 0 stability. Like, he's got 0 stability, he should be freaking out right now. Interestingly, he's not. Oh no, he is doing the twitch. So if he's got 0 stability, he should undock the casket. Now I'll grant you, I did make it very unlikely. I did make it very unlikely. But that's cool. I think I want to make it so the lights don't malfunction. Or at least have it as an optional feature. Yeah, it needs to be optional. Am I really going to sit around here until he ejects that casket? No. I'm going to increase his chances of doing so I can see it happen. That becomes like incredibly likely. I didn't think this through at all. Like if you're at 0.5% stability, that means you get past this check. That means your chance to undock becomes 0.05, which means you're only going to last 20 frames. Ugh. Not ideal, is it? I think 20 frames might maybe be a bit too ambitious. Like it might be a bit too eager to eject stuff. But I did it really low and it didn't do anything. Well, I didn't even have it that low. That's what? 200 frames. Even 200 frames is like, what, 10 seconds? Assuming 20 frames a second, which it's not. What stability have I got him set at? I'm sure I've got him set at 0 stability, but I might be wrong. I shouldn't really say I'm sure. He's at 0.5. Oh no, he is at 0. Yes, he's at 0. So if he's at 0, he should get insta ejected. Chance to undock. 0. Oh no, fuck. It's less than. So that needs to be the old switcheroo. Which I'm sure I used to have it as, and then I went, no, that's wrong, but it's actually right. I'll be right back. I am back. Got myself a drink. Got myself a cookie. Who stole a cookie from the cookie jar? Me. Well, not really the jar. But I did get myself a cookie. A mint cookie. I really expected him to immediately eject. Did I? No, I didn't. But I do expect him to eject. That's a good question, James. That's a very good question. I'm assuming Unity handles the seeding of the random for me, which is probably not a safe assumption. But it sure is what I'm going with. I don't think it offers you a way to seed it, although it probably does. So you can seed it. Returns a random point inside or on a circle. Oh, that's pretty cool. Returns a random rotation. That's potentially super useful for the glitching out. Hmm. 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 I feel like I don't trust that this is a truly random float. Stability is 0, right? Which means chance to undock should be 1%. 1% chance to undock, right? I mean, I'll grant you I don't have an F there, but I don't think it matters. Well, maybe it does. Who knows? And I feel like a 1% chance to undock every frame. It should be undocking pretty fast. Undock, you son of a gun. Please undock. I'm a simple man. I don't ask for much. Hmm. Hmm. The core does have a personality. Do 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 da do da. Maybe eject from socket doesn't work. I mean, it definitely should. Because the casket is docked and the socket. What? Hold the phone. Of course. Of course! Suddenly it all makes sense. You're not supposed to say eject from socket. You're supposed to say start opening socket. Silly me. You can only eject the casket once the socket is fully open. Now it should fire it out uber fast. Yeah. A bit too fast. But to be fair, it does have 0 stability. Plug him in, and he goes, no, I want to come back out. Plug him in, and he goes, no, I want to come back out. I assume. Within 10 seconds. Yeah. Cool. So that's a maximum instability. Woo. Woo. Wow, thanks, malfunctioning casket. You really broke the game. I mean, to be fair, we don't really care about this if it's docked. Still, I thought I had safeguards in place. But whatever. So, let's run that again. Pretty sure all the others have got 0.5 stability. No, that can't be true. They're ejecting. No, they'll never eject if they've got 0.5. Actually, I think they've all got 1. Have you all got 1 stability? Yeah, that's fine. Cool. So, I'm happy with that, relatively speaking. So now we have doors, which can be impacted by our 3 personality traits. We have caskets that can be impacted by our 3 personality traits. Only thing left, for now, is making the medbot be impacted by our personality traits. And for that, enthusiasm can be how fast he can move. We'll tie his movement speed to his enthusiasm. I think that's fair. His helpfulness can be how much he heals. And if it's in the negative, we're going to make the medbot kill people. Maybe. And the stability, if he goes crazy, he's just going to start healing random objects. So if he goes crazy, he might decide to heal a door, which makes no sense. But he's crazy, so who cares? And that will be our 3 personality traits dealt with. Awesome. So let's do that. And then the next thing to think about is how do we modify the personality traits? Yeah, I agree. The medbot killing people is a good idea. If we add enemies, then having medbots who kill people, maybe you could like use that to your advantage. Like if you've got a bunch of crazy cores, maybe it's not always a bad thing. Maybe you could set up some medbots near where the enemies come out and put all your crazy cores in them. And just make sure you never go near that room yourself. Yeah, release the killing medbots, exactly. Because why should a medbot being psycho always be a bad thing? You know? The medbot thinks he's not helping, but really he is helping. It's the perfect crime. But I don't think we're going to add enemies. But we might add situations where a aggressive medbot is useful. And we might add enemies, who the fuck knows, right? Although, then I start imagining their pathfinding and I'm like, nope. Yeah, medbot. Medbot core role. Let's look at the medbot's behavior. It's got the most complex behavior of them all. But I did try to simplify it. So it has... The medbot's core loop is... It checks its state. If it's docking or undocking, it does nothing. If it's docked, it stays until it's got full ammo. So it'll never undock unless it's got full ammo. Enthusiastic, helpful, killing medbot. He attacks his joy with a passion. No, he only kills if he's not helpful. He could be an enthusiastic, crazy killing medbot. Yeah, so if he's docked, he stays docked until he's got full ammo. He looks for damaged caskets nobody's healing. If he can't find one, he says fuck it. If he can find one, he claims it for healing, and he undocks. So here, we probably want... Well, let's handle the easy case first. The easy case is enthusiastic, right? Should I add docking need and power need as emotional states? That way he could want to kill something, but want power or health regeneration more. Maybe. I did think about giving them power. That's an advanced feature that I'll think about in the future. I do like the idea, though. I want the robots to have personality, which we're kind of getting to with the expressions, but not fully yet. I want them to have behavioral personality as well. So, we don't need to do anything with go to house. Go to house is fine. If he's going to a house, he's going to a house. Handle healing. Here's the tricky thing. So this is whilst we're healing. If the target is fully healed or dead, that works for both cases. If he's out of ammo, that works for both cases. If the casket has vanished into thin air, that works for both cases. Heal target. So that's on the bot, which is where it gets a bit questionable. This is where we might need to rewrite the medbot a bit. Because currently, the core just says to the medbot, heal this guy. And it goes, yeah, okay. Also, currently it can only target a casket, which makes sense. It definitely makes sense. But if I want him to be able to, like, try and heal a shoe, then it doesn't make as much sense. So the actual healing is done in here. If he's got a healing target and he has ammo, he heals it. Which is fine until I want him to start hurting people. I guess I can temporarily, when he's crazy, I can modify his healing per second to be negative. Yeah, I can modify his healing per second to be negative. So we can do that in every update. We can say I guess it only really matters if he's healing. We should probably no, it really does only matter if he's healing. We can say this dot bot dot healing per second equals minus 0.5 F plus no minus 1 F. I'm trying to think because if his helpfulness is at 0.5 neutral, I don't want him to not heal people. Do I? Not heal or hurt. Just kind of do fuck all. You know what? That's fine. Yeah, sure. He does that. Um, plus this core personality helpfulness times 2. Yeah, there we go. So now if he's unhelpful, he'll kill people. That's pretty neat. Let's check that works. But we also need to... there is one other part to that we need to do, which is... at the point where he's finding a target. Uh... if this dot core personality is greater than 0.5, do that. Oh, personality dot helpfulness is greater than 0.5. Find someone who needs healing. Otherwise, just find anyone who isn't dead. This way you can get really into emergent behaviors, brain and motivation stuff. Yeah. Yeah. It is tricky trying to figure out how to actually make the personality stuff have an impact. But I think we're doing okay. So now he should immediately, well, he shouldn't actually, but I've got an do I have an unhelpful one kicking about? Where's he going? Nobody should be hurt. Where's he going? What? Oh, he's neutral. Um, yeah. He was going to kill someone, but he didn't actually care to kill them. He's depressed and finding a corner in a dark room to hide in. Yeah. Um, this if needs to be different. If this bar core personality helpfulness is greater than or equal to 0.5, finished equals this. Else finished equals this. There we go. Not really sure why it says I'm not using finished. Unnecessary assignment of a value. Well, yeah, but give me a break. It's not unnecessary, otherwise I need to say bool. And I'm anti... Well, I guess I'm pro-var. Yeah. Now that should work. Let's start him off as a psycho, eh? Hey, Medbot. Do you want to kill people? I need to rename initial opinion. You can be enthusiastic about it. I wonder who he'll decide to murder. You'd think he'd go for the closest, but he doesn't. Oh, he's got that red light. He's got the devil's light. You can't really tell because of the green glow, but he does have the devil's light. I think I'm going to update the display to show whether he's in a murdering mood. No, this guy is dying. Fair play to him, he is dying. And this guy's got seemingly infinite ammo for some reason. Why have you got infinite ammo? You're not supposed to have infinite ammo. Yeah, I should just make it randomly pick one. But I can't be asked. If I've got multiple medbots, they'll pick different ones because they claim the target. They claim the target and then nobody else can claim it. Stop! You're killing him! I didn't want to do this, medbot. You've left me no choice. The robot's still turned on. I saved him. I saved his life. No, I didn't. Fine, you win this round. I guess he's dead. Hey, friendly door. He's back to it. Yeah, have fun, medbot. Have fun. Cool. There was a few issues there. What were the few issues? Well, first up, I don't want to update the sensor anymore. It shows how much ammo the medbot's got, but I don't particularly care for that. None of my business. Only the medbot needs to know how much ammo he's got. Why do I care? um, he was never losing ammo, which is weird because he was losing ammo. Oh, I know why he was never losing ammo. Because I drain his ammo by the amount he healed. I drain his ammo by the amount he heals someone, so... Should killing bot shoot negative signs instead of plus signs? Yeah, probably. It'd mean making another particle effect, but he almost certainly should. Yeah, that's why he had infinite ammo. So... I also need to cap this the other way. I was working on the assumption with the medbot that it could never go down below 0, but no, that's not true. So that's cool. That means he's only got a certain amount of ammo again. In here... I need to figure out what happens if I steal the personality of a medbot. Because all this behavioral stuff is fine, but it means if the medbot... I think I just need to turn off the healing ray. I need to do this. If this bot this core personality equals null, shut down. That should be fine. Might be a bit weird. But it should be fine. Yeah, that should work. So then... That's one down. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. That's a lot of null refs that I don't appreciate. Line 183. Oh. Only if he's actually doing something. That does mean that if I steal his personality while he's walking home, he'll still go home. No, he won't. But he'll have still claimed a house. I'm gonna let him do this. If I steal his personality, I'm gonna let him keep moving to where he was trying to get. Because the core is basically telling the robot, go here. And if I then steal its personality, it keeps going there. I think that's fair. And I'm not just saying that because it's a real hassle. Well, no, I am just saying that because it's a real hassle. Let's do this. No, I can't do that. Because he might be docked. Mm. Shitty old .NET. See, I'd want to just say your target house is null, right? But I can't do that because when he's docked, he uses his target house. Oh, he doesn't. Bot.current house. Cool, so I can just do that. When he looks for a house, it checks the occupant. Okay, good. So that should work. Cool. So now I should be able to theoretically steal his personality at any point in time. So that's cool. So we've done helpfulness. Helpfulness is now done. He will kill people or he will heal them. Or he'll do nothing. But that would be very rare because it'd have to be at exactly 0.5, which is not going to happen. Enthusiasm. I think that just affects his speed. That should be an easy one. I'm going to have to make this nicer, but for now... For now, that'll do. Full on AI, yeah, totally. It's not ideal. I'll probably need to... I'll probably need to make it so that the robot itself has a max speed, and then make this be like, yeah, move speed, and then I'll need a max speed. And then we can have enthusiasm times max speed. Fuck it, let's do it. Cool. I need to do that for the other one as well. Healing per second. His goal is to maximize joy. When lower power, house maximizes joy. When unhelpful, killing maximizes joy. You know, I have this other project, which I stole a bunch of this code from. I stole the pathfinding from it. Called Digimen. And that is all about decision making and goals and optimal routes to fulfill needs. It's very fascinating. It's a lot more complicated than this in terms of that stuff. It's uber complicated. It's really cool. But I ended up getting stuck. Uh, there we go. Cool. So now that's 2 of them done. So now the more enthusiastic he is, the faster he'll move. Which is pretty rad. Then we've just got the interesting one, which is stability. Chance of doing something weird. Chance of doing something weird. This is where I wanted him to be able to heal just random objects. But I don't know if I can actually do that without a pretty hefty rewrite of the medbot. Because the medbot takes a casket as a target. I mean, I could do it, but It'd require a lot of rewriting. But him just healing random shit would be really good. It'd be really, really good. What else could a medbot do when it's crazy? It could just walk somewhere random. Yeah, it could just walk somewhere random. Let's have a look at its different states, because maybe it malfunctions in different ways depending on what state it's in. That'd make sense. So, if it's docked, it'll just randomly undock. Yeah. And then hopefully these random malfunctions will all work together pretty well. Mm. I hope this random is somewhat efficient because I'm using it all over the place. Cool. So if he's docked, he'll randomly undock based on his stability, which might be excessive. We might need to tweak the values on that, but that's okay. If he's idle, that means he's undocked and he's not doing anything. Let's get the same chance logic. If he's idle, god damn it, really? If he's idle, mm, uh-huh. Um, he has access to the sensor. I think. Sensor just has a list of caskets, but it also has caskets and houses. Not ideal though. It also has... Where are you? Sensor. It also has a collider. That's pretty cool. So let's make the sensor expose its collider. Sensor collider. Sure. Cool. I can get the bounds. That's pretty useful. So I can say hmm. Basically, I want a random point within the sensor. Just any random point within the sensor. Um, Good job. We're not going to be calling this very often. Um, this dot bot dot get path to location. New vector 2, target X, target Y. Right. He will pick an area inside the med bay and he'll just walk there. That should work. Although that needs to be min X plus min Y plus. Cool. If he's moving and he malfunctions, then nothing happens. And if he's healing, then he has a chance to just give up. Cool. It's not the most wacky behavior, but it's something for now. So let's make the medbot have no stability. See what he does. Oh, medbot, you threw a null reference exception in pathfinding CS. Oh, medbot, because the bounds go into nowhere. Suddenly it makes sense. Oh, medbot. Is he going somewhere legitimate? Or did he just randomly pick that square? He just randomly picked that square. Cool. Not bad, eh? Not bad at all. I mean, sure, it's throwing a million null refs. But, whatever. That's just because I've made the healing sensor too big. Also, he's so slow because he's got, like, no enthusiasm. Tell you what, though. He's pathfinding pretty nicely. Surprisingly nicely. I'm amazed, truly amazed, that he's not got himself caught on a corner. Cool. So, there we have it. I mean, sure, the null refs are a bit jank. But they're just because the bounds goes all the way out here. If we look at the medbase sensor, it's much bigger than it should be. So every so often, it tries to get a point in here where there's no navigation nodes, and it freaks the F out. If the bounds were actually inside the medbay, we wouldn't get those null refs. But that's fine. Cool. So we now have 3 personality traits, all of which do something, whatever the robot is doing. If it's a door, they all do something. If it's a casket, they all do something. If it's a medbot, they all do something. Cool. That's a pretty good place to be in. But it's not a good enough place to be in, is it? It's not a good enough place to be in. Because we've got no way of modifying those 3 stats. Except via the debug, which doesn't really count. So, let's commit what we've got. Added personality-based behavior for medbots and casket bots. Cool. So, why would a robot become less enthusiastic? Why would a robot become less helpful? Why would a robot lose stability? They're the next 3 questions. A robot would lose enthusiasm if it didn't have anything to do. So, for example, the door one, if we never go through that door, if nobody ever goes through that door, its enthusiasm should slowly drain. Slowly is the key word, but it should slowly drain. We are back to door mechanics. So I think we can do that. That shouldn't even be that hard. What we can do is we can say and then we'll probably upgrade give the ability to upgrade cores at some point that'll like you'll be able to upgrade a core so that its stats decrease slower and stuff. But for now, F that noise. For now, let's say enthusiasm minus equals 0.1 times time. No, 0.1 is crazy. 0.01 times time delta time. F. So no matter what, every frame, every second, it loses 1% enthusiasm. That is excessive. Majorly excessive. But we can tweak that. But importantly, every time it opens its door, its enthusiasm increases by, I don't know, 0.2. And that can be a flat rate because, well, just because. So you could make a door more enthusiastic. Actually, 0.2 is really excessive. But for now, it's fine. Let's turn those into variables. Mm. Sure. Dee 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 dee. Cool. So, yes, enthusiasm goes up. Let's check that out. We'd obviously want to tweak that. The broken door won't open for it. That's funny. These guys should be getting less enthusiastic. He says. Mm. Oh, they are, look. They are getting less enthusiastic. Which means they'll open and close slower. But then I just opened him and he became more enthusiastic. Let's go check out some of the other doors. These guys have become uber unenthusiastic. But they got no power, so it's irrelevant. But still. Da da da, that's pretty cool. What does a helpful, unenthusiastic light do? Where are you going, robot? Oh, you're just walking randomly, eh? I've still got you being unenthusiastic. No, I've still got you totally malfunctioning. Look, the lights are not getting AI. Now the question is, how does one piss off a door? How do you piss off a door? Look, he's like uber glitched out. I didn't put a cap on the negative enthusiasm. I didn't put a cap on the negative enthusiasm. Let's solve that. Piss off a door, approach it, it opens, you retreat. Yeah, like you don't use the door. I did think that, but it'd require a hefty rewrite of the doors. There is the whole ignore list. So if something stays near a door for too long, it gets ignored. You could do something with that. You could angry airlock doors both open at once. Yeah, that'd be really cool. Actually, I do plan on having vacuums being able to open. That is in the list of things I want to add. Because my grabbing mechanic lets you grab walls. Which means if you're going to get sucked out of an airlock, you can grab the wall and stop yourself getting pulled out, which would be pretty sweet. Be a pretty cool use of that mechanic, you know? Oh no, I'm getting sucked out into space! Be pretty cool. Right, how'd you piss off a door? How do you piss off a door? By doing this kind of shit to it. By brute forcing it. Thing is, if a door's happy, why would you ever brute force it? Trying to force my way through the door. Like for some of the doors, it'd be okay, like these powered doors, if you give them power, they like you more. Hey look, he's actually sort of opened himself. That's weird. He doesn't have any power. How did he do that? I guess he's just really slow to recover. Yeah, that's cool generic theory, James. It's a cool generic theory, but it doesn't really work for all. It's almost too generic. I could see it becoming restrictive. Come on, buddy. Come on, buddy. Nice. How do we piss off a door? It's an odd question. How does one piss off a door? I think it's quite cool that you can make it super enthusiastic just by using it. It's just annoying enough to do that most people probably wouldn't bother. I mean, obviously all these values will need tweaking. You piss off a door by not incinerating the children. Yeah, maybe, if it was a malicious door. So the idea for pissing off a door that you make it open and then don't use it is a good one. It's just a pain in the ass to implement. There's the whole ignoring factor. So how a door will only... God, what is wrong with this guy? I guess when his enthusiasm's at 0, he really doesn't like opening. He's like, meh. And then you go, fine. I might have to put a cooldown on the how often you're allowed to do stuff. Each time he gets jammed, he could get pissed off. I'm not sure how often people will be jamming doors, but jammed is a state that I keep track of. So you could say every time a door is jammed, Every moment that a door is jammed, it gets more and more pissed off. But then you've got the opposite. How do you make the door happy? And I know your answer, Mr. Tools. But so I think making a door pissed off by having it jam is pretty good. How do you make it happy? How do you make it happy? How do you make it more helpful? You make it more helpful by... I mean, removing the jam. But that's a bit of a cop-out. Then you'd be encouraged to just jam it and unjam it. Jamming raises frustration. Anger is a coping mechanism, a secondary result. Yeah. Right, jamming pisses off doors. I think that's reasonable. And you make them happy by... Maybe you just don't. That seems like a cop-out. Maybe an unhappy door just never becomes happy. Yeah, but removing the jam to make them happy just encourages you to jam the door. I guess they could just become more happy the longer they're not jammed. That'd be fine. Make it slowly trickle up. But then you'd have, like, an abundance of really happy cores. Because most doors would be totally stoked all the time. I like the unenthusiastic doors. I think they work quite well. I don't want it to be an abundance of super happy cores so that you can get just by farming doors. I also think it's going to be too easy to make a door super enthusiastic. But that is just tweaking values, so I guess I'm not that worried about it. Now I need a time span to measure how long they've been jammed or not to adjust anger. No, I don't. I'm just going to have it progressively build up over time. Dee 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 dee. Let me through, you stupid door. So, yeah. How do we make them happy? How do we make them happy? I am kind of leaning towards you don't. Or maybe we'll introduce another mechanic later to make them happy. Like a maybe you can like oil their hinges or whatever, and they'll be like, yes. But it'll cost you some sweet, sweet resource. That could work. Yeah, that could work. For now, if a door gets pissed off, I guess that's life. Sort of. I hate you, door. I started off with one douchebag door, now they're all douchebag doors. You gotta, like, do a double take. Maybe just to have a lower cap on how enthusiastic they can be. Because the first time you go up to the door, they're so unenthusiastic that they're like, I'm not even going to try and open. Which is fine, but all it does is makes you step backwards and then step forwards again. Still, that's fine. That's where balance comes in. The least fun part of any game. Cool. And then we've got the other one we need to think about is stability. How does a door... Maybe stability just goes down in general over time. It's kind of like a maintenance thing. Yeah. Maybe stability just goes down over time. And then we can introduce a maintenance tool for increasing the stability. Although I don't really want it to be a tool. But it could be. Some method of increasing stability. The fact that sparks come out of them when they're unstable means something. So we'll make stability just drain over time. Very slowly. Very slowly. And that'll be true probably for all objects. I think for all objects, stability will just decrease over time. I think that'll be cool. Although, who knows, by the time we actually get around to implementing a bunch of stuff, maybe we'll change our mind on that. But for now, I think it's fair. Like it really trickles slowly though. That'd be nice. So, yeah, that's kind of cool. So I was going to make doors get pissed off when they're jammed, which doesn't happen very often, but it will happen if you try and go through a door and then you kind of dick about, la 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 la. That counts as a jam. So that's pretty cool. And you get more pissed off the longer you keep him jammed. Cool, let's do that. If door is jammed, don't just return. I need to make a function for this. I'm tired of doing all this capping everything everywhere. Uh, Let's see if that works. It should do. Also, I should really make that medbot sane again so we don't keep getting those null refs. God damn it. Okay, look. I don't want you to be a crazy door anymore. Because he's crazy, he ejected. Nice. I need them both to close at the same time. They're not going to, are they? Goddamn a-hole doors. I just want you both to close at the same time. I feel like my jamming code is not working. The fact that these doors close at different times really doesn't help. Okay, look, sorry about this, but can you close? Stay closed. He should be getting angrier. He is getting angrier. Let's go. Look at that. Now he hates us. Now he'll refuse to open for us. He won't even look at us. Look at me. We tweaking doors the entire stream. No, not quite. We're tweaking the robot cores. The doors are just a useful testing ground. Hey, this backpack's really good for getting out of stuck doors. It's almost too good for it. Boing. Boing. Okay, this backpack is actually pretty broken. Now they are furious. Now they won't open. Ever. Now they'll never open. That's okay. We can just swap one out for the broken core. He'll open eventually. God damn it, that was in the way. Yoink. Oh, you son of a bitch. Okay, good. Poor broken medbot. He had a good life. Dee 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 dee. Right. What's next on the list? We should really have a way to cheer up the doors, eh? I just can't think of one. I can't think of a way to cheer up the doors. He was so angry he killed the occupant, which is pretty cool. You don't think there is a list? What of what we need to do next? Next, actually, I want to. I think I want to make a machine that you can place a core in, and it will have a display that will explicitly tell you what its emotions are. Instead of you having to guess it from the expression. So like a machine, I don't know what it'll look like, but it'll have a dead core in it. And when you put a core in it, it has like a display that will show you the various different emotions. We're not doing an incinerator, man. Not yet. We've got nothing to incinerate. Except dead guys. I guess we could incinerate dead guys. We do need some way of disposing of dead guys. But yeah, I think a machine that lets you see the state of a core would be pretty good. I think it's weird how sometimes it doesn't actually grab the door. It's very strange. Doesn't happen often, but when it does, it's like, what the hell? But then I was also thinking, um, in terms of like healing the cores, we would want like hey Medbot. This guy doesn't look happy at all. He looks kind of spazzed out. I think oh, that guy's dead as well. Yeah, the temperance translator, exactly. Temperament translator. But I also want a way to like almost like robot therapy. Like you can put a robot in there and it'll how many people did we kill during these streams? Quite a few. I'm surprised Medbot isn't getting stuck, honestly. Pretty pleased with that. Yeah, like robot therapy, and you can put a core in there and it'll improve its attitude. But it takes a while to do it, so you can't just like put all your cores in it. But like you could put a core in it and then come back tomorrow or whatever. Obviously in game time tomorrow, not real tomorrow. But just some way that you can improve a core's temperament passively over time. But whilst it's doing it, it can't be doing anything else. I think that'd be potentially useful. Might be a bit overpowered though. Might be a little bit overpowered. Get yourself some god tier robot cores. But, you know, that'd be okay. Oh my god. Oh, that's right. He can't get through the doors either. This guy won't let him through. This guy does not give two shits. Look, buddy, come on. I can be your hero, Medbot. There you go. Sorry. Had to be done. Poor bastard. No! Let me out. The machine moodulator. The thing that improves moods. Yeah! Well, I don't plan on having any words in this game, so we can call them whatever. It's going to be a 0-word game. That's the plan. Just for the labels on the left side. Yeah, totally. Canonically, that's what they can say. I like moodulator as well. I think it's good. Also, I feel bad about killing that medbot. The first medbot you find in the game is going to be like this. And it's going to be prior to having access to the personality gun. So it's going to be a pointless medbot that's just going to exist. You believe that's an objective? What? What's an objective? Having a dead medbot? No, it's not. It's something that you can choose to interact with if you want. It's not an objective. There's not going to be something saying, heal the medbot. There will be no objectives. Even the sleeper caskets. There's going to be nothing telling you you've got to look after them. If you do, you'll get some sort of beneficial thing. But there ain't going to be shit telling you you have to look after these sleepers. They're going to be there. The only thing that's going to imply that you have to look after the sleepers is the name of the game. But honestly, I might rename it. The sleepers are becoming less important over time. Do you not think? I feel like they are. I do want them here, and I like the idea of keeping them alive and having a beneficial reason to do so. But an objective? No. It's not an objective. The objective is just do what you want. Just do what you want. Will there be secrets to find? Absolutely. Will there be stuff you can only do if you do certain things? Absolutely. Will there be ways to end the game? Absolutely. I already know one of them. But, objectives? No, I don't think so. So, we need to make the temperament translator and the moodulator. Except, what would the moodulator... Would you have 3 kinds of moodulator? Maybe. I was thinking about having it so that robots can get lonely. What do you think about that? And their loneliness gets decreased if there's another robot nearby. You like the lonely robot idea? It's good, isn't it? I had another idea as well. What was it? To take robots on a walkabout. Like, a robot could want to see the ship, and you put it in your little backpack thing, and you take it around, and it looks around at everything you go past, and it's like, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh that's exciting, oh I like that. And then you could have it so that, like, unstable robots make other robots unstable. Or, like, their moods, osmosify. So put a bunch of robots in the same area, and they will all start to average out to the average of the robot's mood. Maybe. I don't know. Something like that. Definitely something like that, maybe. I say definitely. There's no definitely's. We're very much making this up as we go along. um, do the robots appreciate a clean work environment? Maybe. It's quite an effective way to move stuff, you know? It doesn't take mass into account. Would trash lying around affect their mood? Well, maybe. Need to implement trash. And then maybe a cleaner droid. Or a vacuum cleaner. Or both. The ship is supposed to be run down and falling apart. So, like, having a motivation to not trash detritus. Yeah. Having a motivation to improve the ship. That would be a good one. Let me in. You're free, little robot. Oh. You're as free as I am. Do we need a trash incinerator? Well, yeah, once we had trash, you could arguably have the incinerator, right? Where is he even trying to go? Where are you trying to go? There. I feel like you can get there, dude. What's the thing on the left side of the medbot's head? It's its med gun. But it's got it at a weird angle. Oh, he got himself stuck. It's his medical gun, the thing that fires out the beam. Right. That's enough dicking about. I'm at that point where I'm like, well, I guess we need to implement something. I'm trying to decide what to implement. I kind of want to implement something, and I know this might sound blasphemous. I kind of want to implement something that is not related to the robot cores. I feel like the robot cores are really taking over this game. And they are cool. But this isn't Robot Core the game. So I'm trying to think of other stuff we can add. And I know the incinerator is up there on the list. But let's think about motivation to look after sleepers. Why would you look after a sleeper? For what reason? Is it because the casket occupants have identities? Yeah, they do. I'm thinking about having different species as well. But for the identities, we need a way to showcase the identity without using text. But there could be an area where it's like they request sleepers of certain types. So like the captain idea is a good one. We need a captain. And you have to go through your sleeper caskets and go, oh yeah, I've got a captain. And then you take him there and you put him into the tube or whatever. And then you get given something as a reward. That could work. Then you'd want a nice variety of occupants. But the occupants could also have like other stats as well. So they might say like, I want a captain who is this alien species. Or I want a janitor who has a very good work ethic. I don't know, but like that kind of thing. I like the idea of there being like almost like a 5-star rating. Not really, but that kind of thing on the caskets. And you're like, oh shit, I need to really look after this guy because he's really valuable. And then like when you're low on socket space or you need to decide which casket is getting the dodgy core, you would have to go, which occupant am I going to fuck over? I like that idea. Organize their dreams. I like the idea of being able to go into their dreams, by the way. I think it'd be a good idea to make a completely different game and just have it in there. Maybe even a bunch of them. When you go into their dreams, it just becomes something completely fucking different. The ship is the lobby for the dream games. Yeah, exactly, right? You could do that. That'd be quite cool. And then we could just experiment with making different types of games inside the dream worlds. And you can, if you do well in the dream game, it improves the occupant or something. I don't know. Something like that. Some dude dreams of wax, yeah. Wax is spelt with a K, James. The K stands for killing. Wax was the multiplayer walking and killing simulator. That's why it was called Wax. Spieling is not your strong suite. That's good. Would have been better without the spieling, but it was good. You can't read or write. This game will be perfect for you then, man. No writing, no reading. Perfect. It's going to really cut down on localization issues. But anyway, what the fuck are we implementing next? Maybe occupant stats and the thing where they request occupants. I think that'd be good. Then the caskets would finally have a purpose. I don't know what the reward would be. The reward would need to be probably something we came up with later. Delicious snacks. Well, how about a bed? Well, it could be stuff like that. It could be like extra tools, extra stuff. When people play games, they like to like customize shit, right? I was toying with the idea of making us be a robot, but I think it'd detract from the game. I don't think we should be a robot. But I was toying with the idea. And then I was toying with the idea that, and I'm still toying with the idea, that we could upload ourselves into a robot core and directly control something. So if we really wanted to, we could upload ourselves into a door and then we'd get door controls. Or we could upload ourselves into a medbot and we'd get medbot controls. Or we'd upload ourselves into a sleeper casket. And maybe that'd be how you enter their dreams. I've got so many ideas I want to implement. And they're all feasible. I just can't be asked. That's the sad truth. So what do we do next? Because I feel like all these mechanics that we've got are in a good place. I feel like they're all in a good place. Except that the occupants are pointless. But even if we create the machine that you feed occupants to, they're still going to be pointless because we don't know what the reward will be. Once uploaded into a door, how would you transfer back? Well, because we are going to be human, I was thinking it'd be probably a device that you carry around with you, like a bit of equipment, like the personality gun, and when you fire it at a robot or whatever, I guess you fall unconscious or something, and then you'd have like something you could press that would just take you back out. I think you'd just be able to cancel out of it. And that might be cool, because you could have like really small robots that you can like go through small holes you couldn't get through otherwise. And stuff like that. Or you could, well, you could do all sorts really. You could do all sorts. Body to robot head to robot head to door to body. Are you talking about jumping between heads? So like you possess this head and then you can jump to this one. And then you can jump to something else that's nearby. That kind of thing. Maybe. That might be a thing that you had to get like upgrades to get or something. Upgrades. Potentially. Yeah. It could be that you upgrade your mind control gun. I guess it's not mind control, but it effectively is. And if you took over a malfunctioning robot, then it'd still be malfunctioning. It could be a timed exit, yeah, that's true. You only get to be in there for a certain amount of time, and the more jumps you do, the faster the time goes down. You could do that kind of thing. Yeah. Definitely possible. And because of the way that I've built the robot cores to be completely isolated from what they're controlling, it means that each thing that a robot core can control has a set of actions on it, which means that we can just inherit the actions that the robot core usually has, which would make that kind of functionality quite easy to do, which is cool. But what are we making next? I'd like to make the occupants have stats. I know it's not the most exciting thing in the world. Maybe not stats, but like differentiated from each other. So like I think James was saying, like having them be different ranks. This guy's a construction guy. This guy's a burrito. This guy's president of Earth. You know? That kind of thing. And we can have that be, I don't know, displayed. We're kind of running out of display space. We've got this little chest area. We could make more of them be sticking out from the socket. Like they could be sticking out maybe... God damn it. Maybe like... No, that's too much. Unless I widened this. How much can I stick them out without them looking jank? I mean, I can redesign the sockets if I have to. Occupants have job and skill level. Yeah, that kind of thing, right? So that makes them differentiated. And then when they ask for When they ask for a certain type, I guess they would just ask for the type, and maybe you get better rewards based on the skill level of the person. And then you could reach the point where you're just, we'll need there to be some way of getting more caskets as well. Because or more occupants, because A, people can die. B, you might just want different guys, right? Like, say you've got 10 captains. You'd be like, man, fuck this shit. Throw them in the incinerator, get some other guys. So I'm not sure how we'll do that. Like, refreshing caskets. Mr. Tools says, I think one person's dream is you just sit there and watch someone eat tacos. Yeah, that could work. Each one could be like modern art. Its own unique flavour. And then when you go into one of them, it'll be like, now you're playing the real game. Or at the end of the game, you'll finish the game. And then it'll just take you out and you'll be back on the ship. And you'll be some other guy who was dreaming about doing what you're doing. And then it'll be New Game Plus. I don't know. Did the dream idea get traction? Yeah, it immediately had traction. I'm totally all for it. I'm all for the dream idea. But not yet. For now, we're thinking about casket occupants. No, we're not doing Inception. Right now, we're thinking about casket occupants and what their purpose is, how you get new ones. That's about it, really. What their purpose is, how you get new ones, and, well, their purpose, I think we figured out. The ship is going to occasionally request a sleeper of a certain kind. A certain type of sleeper. That's the purpose of them. But sleepers can die. So there has to be a way to get more. Which would be a bit weird, honestly. Because where are we getting these extra sleepers from? But I'm sure there'll be a solution to that. Like, maybe every so often, the ship can be like, oh, you can get a bunch of sleepers if you want. And you can go, yeah, okay. And it can be justified as like, I don't know, we've stopped at a planet and people want to come on board. Then you can go, yeah, give me these sleepers. And then you look through them, and the trash ones you throw in the incinerator. And the good ones you keep. And you take out all your shitty sleepers, and you throw them in the incinerator. You replace them with the brand shiny new ones that you got. You're like, oh yes, I got a level 5 shiny occupant. I'm gonna take this frickin' hobo, throw him in the trash. Sorry, buddy, your slot's been taken. Then all you need is some sort of reward system. A reason for having good sleepers. And the reason for having good sleepers is... James says, picture a grey box that is a big drum of sleepers. You make a sleeper request for job and skill level, and a new casket pops out, which you have to wake the sleeper from, use him, then back to the casket and back to the magazine or drum of sleepers. That's what the other people on the ship are doing. We're the guys facilitating that. I'm not having us wake these sleepers up and getting them to perform tasks. At least I don't think I am. And the only reason I say that is pathfinding, which is a pretty good reason, although our pathfinding is actually holding up quite nicely. So maybe it's not a good enough reason. The ability to wake sleepers up. See, that could introduce some cool ideas. I want the ship to have, like, a variety of, for want of a better word, biomes. So I want there to be, like, I know it's a bit cliched, but I want it to be an area that's, like, overgrown with vegetation. And I'd quite like there to be an area full of, like, devolved people who are alive, who are awake on the ship. I know that's a bit cliched as well, but I think it could be pretty cool. And then you could have situations where, like, let's say you had a really good captain, like a 5-star captain. It was on his casket. He was a 5-star captain. And then he died. And so you went to the area that was full of, like, random scrubs. And you got one of them and you put them in the captain's casket. And you sent him off when they said, "Can we have a 5-star captain?" You went, "Yeah, here you go." And it's just some random guy in the captain's casket. And then there's a risk of getting found out. That could be cool. The ability to commit fraud, to cover up your mistakes. Extract personalities/skills from casket and load a robot head with it to go do the job. What job, though? That's the question on that one. What job? It's like, we need to flesh out. This is what I was meaning when I said I want to implement something not related to robot cores. Because I feel like the more mechanics we implement, the more we'll think of different types of robot, different stuff, you know? It's like each mechanic we introduces new stuff. So I want to move away from the cores, which are working fine now, and implement something new that could then encourage more cores. It's like the mess idea, right? Like mess builds up, and then you could have a cleaner robot. That kind of thing. It's that kind of thing. Add new mechanics so that the old mechanics can build upon the new kind of thing. So I think occupants having some differentiation is a good one. It's quite simple, but it opens up the possibilities that branch from that significantly, regardless of which possibilities we end up implementing. It's like a simple mechanic that unlocks the ability for us to do a lot more mechanics. And that's kind of the way to think about it, I think, when I'm choosing what to implement. It's like how much does each thing potentially add to the overall possibilities in the game? Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Coming up with a game design before you make it? Pfft, imagine that. Just keep gluing shit together. And if it sucks, well, who cares? So, with that in mind, I'm going to bed. It worked for Beard Pixies, it'll work for Sleeper Keeper. Yeah, exactly, man. Maybe Beard Pixies could be one of the dreams. Oh my god, that'd be so good. Beard Pixies was quite a simplistic game. I could totally make Beard Pixies be one of the dreams. Yeah, that would be great. Or Beard Pixies could just be like, not necessarily Beard Pixies, but some of the mechanic. We could just have a random feature where you can just shave. Why? Who knows? But tomorrow we're gonna give these guys a purpose in life. Something unique about each one. And then who knows? Who knows? But I am going to bed. It has been a pleasure. Tomorrow is indeed Friday. Hope you guys enjoy the rest of your night. And I'll catch you later. Adios.